20. Martinez all the way home for a touchdown. It's a rivalry renewed tonight at Bud Hertzog Stadium. The Lee Summit North Broncos and the Lee Summit Tigers, both victorious in Week 1. Let's see how they fare tonight.
We would like to say thank you to our chamber.
Welcome inside the broadcast booth. I'm Blake Heisey. Alongside me, Austin Boyer. It's been a really exciting week for Tiger sports so far this week at Lee Summit High School. Last week, we were involved in the rivalry soccer win at Lee Summit West. Tonight, the stakes may be even higher. It's a rivalry unlike any other. Lee Summit North and Lee Summit. Lee Summit North has won 3 out of the last 4, including last year's 34-28 win over the Tigers on their home turf. Tonight, Austin, what are we going to look like? What are we going to look out for here tonight from the Tigers?
Well, from the Tigers tonight, we're going to see a lot out of the air. The Broncos D-line runs a 5-2. And against Blue Spring South last week, they blitzed on 71% of snaps. So we're going to look for that long ball over the top to Manning, Shepard, any of those other guys that are receivers. Hopefully see some success from them tonight.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a good one. Both offensive mindsets, really creative. Anyway, the conditions are significantly better than they were last week. For our partner Lauren down on the sideline. Obviously, last week we had a few technical difficulties, but this week the plan is to go back with it. We are live on the sideline right now with Lauren. Take it away, Lauren.
Been gearing up all week for tonight's crosstown showdown against Lee Summit North. Both teams collected wins last week, the Tigers winning 42-21 against Oak Park, and Lee Summit North tackling Blue Spring South 28-10. An interesting fact to know going into tonight's game is that both teams have tight ends ranked within the top 25 of all Missouri senior football players. Those being Grayson Bell for the Broncos and of course Max Weisner for the Tigers. In order to maintain a winning record, tonight's game is a must-win for the Lee Summit Tigers. Reporting for Tiger Broadcast, I'm Lauren Holdmeyer. Back to you, Blake. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Cindy. I appreciate it.
You're welcome, honey.
Thank you, Lauren. A little bit of a slippery transition there, but we always appreciate our partner Lauren down on the sideline giving us the information that we might not necessarily get from up here. We are just about set for kickoff. It's going to be Lee Summit in their gold, Lee Summit North in their white. Tigers will kick off. I'm assuming that means they won the toss and elected to defer. And Austin, we are just about ready to kick off.
We are. A heated rivalry matchup here. Let's see if Lee Summit can retake what happened last year and win this one.
Yeah, it's obviously anytime you lose to a rival, it may leave a little bit of a sour taste in your mouth. As we mentioned earlier, it was a very close game, 34-28 at Lee Summit North, just down Missouri Route 291. Last year, it was obviously a very close game, but both teams have significantly different personnel. The Tigers, we mentioned last time around how they didn't have much defensive players returning on the defensive side. It is worth noting the Tigers without one of their defensive linemen tonight due to COVID exposure. We're not allowed to say who that is. But we are just about set for kickoff, and we are underway from newly renovated Bud Hertzog Stadium, and that is an excellent kickoff. It's going to go out of bounds. And Austin, here come the Broncos with their first set of downs.
Yes, here they come. I want to see what this Tiger defense can do. Can they build off last week in an exceptional second half against the Oak Park Northmen, only allowing 0 points, just the 7 points to the special teams kick return in the start of the second half. But other than that, they were solid. and see if they can stop the Broncos tonight.
Now the Broncos, like we mentioned earlier, won their Week 1 game. It was 28-10 against Blue Springs South. It was originally 28-0, and then the Jaguars finished with 10 unanswered points. It didn't change the way the game ended, but this is going to be a hitch route caught near the sideline, and many Tigers are going to bring him down. It's going to be near a first down, and I believe it'll be around 2nd down and 1. We mentioned earlier also that the Broncos have won 3 out of the last 4 rivalry matchups between these two teams. Hopefully tonight from the Tiger side of things that changes, but this Lee Summit North team is ranked 4th in the state of Missouri for their selective class. This is a handoff up the middle, and it's going to be a first down for the Broncos. Broncos have 2 Division I commits on their offensive line, one of them to Mizzou. Austin, give us a little more insight on what we could possibly see from this Broncos offense tonight.
Well, we're going to have to – we don't think that the Tigers defense is going to get to the quarterback a lot tonight. I mean, with two D1 linemen, it's just not going to happen as much as it did last week. So maybe some better coverage in the zone, man-to-man on their cornerbacks, or on the wide receivers, that is, and hopefully force some turnovers here earlier in the game.
Yeah, this North offense ran a very balanced offense last week. Here's another handoff to the left. It's going to be eaten up by the Tigers defense pretty quickly. It was Logan Krotz on the carry, Jackson Jones on the tackle, and it's going to be 2nd down and 7 for this Broncos offense. We saw a Tigers offense last week that forced 1 turnover. Turnovers aren't insanely common at the high school level, so that's good from the Tigers. They didn't allow any offensive points in the second half, just a special teams miscue. Trey Baker takes the snap, and he is rocked in the backfield, but it's a Bronco reception by Xavier Winston, and that is significantly good for the Broncos, and it definitely is a first down.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of the passing game from the Broncos today. With that sturdy O-line, it's going to give the quarterback a lot of time in the pocket and a lot of time to find an open receiver.
Yeah, senior Trey Baker, quarterback for the Broncos, standing at 6'1", 190. So a big guy, and I'm sure Max Weisner, edge rusher for the Tigers committed to the University of Mizzou, will be looking to bring him down. This is another handoff up the middle. The Broncos are eating the Tigers alive in the run game. That was Quincy Baker
with the carry.
And that's going to be another first down for the Broncos.
They're not only going to be dynamic in the pass game, they're also going to be dynamic in the run game. Again, those 2 big O linemen down there, they can make holes the size of school buses that will give the running backs a lot of time and a lot of space to run through.
And I mean, it's pretty obvious so far that the Broncos have a very talented offensive line. We mentioned 2 of them Division I football commits in the NCAA. I mean, there is just big gaping holes up the middle, and the Tigers can't really do anything about it. The snap to Baker, it's another handoff, this time to the right, and this one is going to be up inside the 5. It was Tanner Howes, number 5 as well, but I mean, the Tigers, it's not looking good so far on the run game. This looks to be where Lee Summit North will try to exploit them this game.
Yeah, talk about big holes. That one was huge. Gave the running back so much space to get through and get down to the 4-yard line.
And I'm no football specialist, but if I were to guess here, I would say we probably would see a run of some sorts here from this close. Flag on the play, and it looks like it's going to be on the Tigers, which in this scenario would be half the distance to the goal. It's offside or encroachment. We can't tell from up here, but it is on the Tigers. That's going to be half the distance to the goal.
It's the Tigers.
And here we go. It's a handoff up the middle, and it's a touchdown. Tanner Howes. And that is a quick start for the Broncos. We saw just a few years ago the game played here between these two teams. The Broncos used the run game to kill the Tigers that game, and so far, so good for the Broncos in the run game.
Yeah, that first drive looked absolutely effortless for the Broncos. You gotta think, how are the Tigers gonna adjust to this North offense that's just so dynamic?
Yeah, this North offense obviously has a very talented quarterback in Trey Baker, and this snap is not a very good one. It's lofted the end zone. I believe it was either knocked down or picked off. Same result. It's going to stay 6-0. We had that same thing happen last week to Oak Park, who scored first on the Tigers. But for the Tigers now, all you can do is look forward. You got to put that first drive behind you. And as Coach Mack said in Lauren's sideline report, they have to come out strong. They have to put that stuff behind them.
Oh, I absolutely agree. You can't let this North offense get more than 2 touchdowns up on you, or else you'll be in big trouble here. With that good of an offense and that dynamic of a quarterback, O-line, running backs, wide receivers, there's just not a lot of stopping them.
And we've already seen that penalty on the Tigers. It was just half the distance to the goal, and at the rate the Broncos were going down the field, they probably would have resulted in a touchdown anyway with how dynamic their offense was looking. And even though that penalty was only half the distance to the goal, it is worth noting last week the Tigers had 106 yards in penalties to Oak Park's 38. It was a significant, obviously significant drop there. So the Tigers obviously are going to be looking to improve on that this week. So far, about only 1 yard of penalties, it seems, from that very short penalty. But here we go for the Broncos. Kicking off is going to be Seth Simpson. Not a lot of lefty kickers in these days, Austin.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
That ball is sent deep, and the Tigers will take it for a touchback.
First and 10 for the Tigers from the 20-yard line.
And so, obviously, quarterbacking the Tigers tonight, same as last week, Elijah Martinez also goes by Tino. Very dynamic, elusive quarterback who can do it all. Last week he had 157 rush yards and 74 pass yards. He broke free for a 78-yard touchdown, as well as threw a 46-yard touchdown in the air. So Martinez, someone you're going to be looking out for tonight. The Tigers have a very good run game with Martinez as the quarterback, as well as Jalen Johnson. And, of course, you can't forget Devin Andrews.
I mean, yeah, with a Lamar Jackson-esque quarterback, it's always going to add that third level of offense to a team. You got the pass game, you got the run game, you also got the scramble game from the quarterback. That's going to really help the Tigers in this game.
I'm right with you. I believe it will help them from the offensive side of things. They have the opportunity to create a really creative offense with 2 tight ends in Landon Shepard and Max Wisner, as well as their dynamic run game. And they do indeed start with a handoff up the middle.
Ball carrier is number 32, Devin Andrews.
Devin Andrews out there for the first set of downs. That's different than last week. Jalen Johnson got the lion's share of the carries last week. And Martinez going to step into it on 2nd down and 7.
Yeah, look at the North defense there. Everyone's up on the line of scrimmage.
It's another run, and it's eaten up pretty quickly by the Broncos. And the Tigers are going to quickly find out that runs up the middle, unless you do them every once in a while, they're probably not going to work against this Lee Summit North team. 5-2 is how they have their defensive line. They blitzed on 71% of plays against Blue Springs South last week. So they're a team that they're very hard to beat in the run game unless you pull some trickery, which Tigers can have that with Martinez running some options in the backfield. On 3rd and 7, we're probably going to see a pass here. Wisner shuffling out in motion, and Martinez throws it to the side to Alex Benassi, and he is going to get right up near a 1st down, and I see the official signaling to move the chains. Alex Benassi, everyone.
There he is, already making a big presence in this game. I'm going to expect a lot more of him with this. Going to have to be a pass-heavy offense today for the Tigers. Looking for him, Max Wisner, and Manning as well out there on the far side.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. And Coach Thomas, as you just saw, he's someone that he was very excited about that win last week. As Martinez, look at the elusiveness from him. He just can't be brought down. He's trying to get to the outside edge, and he's ran out of bounds at the 42-yard line.
Yeah, just
There he is. We just were talking about him, and he's already making himself known very early on in this game.
Yeah, just when you think he's going to go down, he gets out of it and gets a nice first down there. The Tigers are going to need that today if they want to win this game.
Yeah, 6:46 remaining in the first. The Tigers, it appeared that they, weren't going to go anywhere. They struggled to begin the drive, but here they are. A slant to Alex Benassi, or slant screen kind of like that. And then Martinez doing it all with his legs. Martinez steps back, pocket collapsing. He once again evades. And look at this. He's going to gain about 8 or so yards. And a little bit of a late tackle there, but officials deemed it was safe. There's Martinez again, Austin. I mean, we're going to see him a lot tonight. We mentioned 157 rush yards in the previous week. He's someone that I wouldn't be surprised if he hits that number again this week.
Yeah, you got to also realize half of those yards were from one play in that long 78-yard touchdown drive against the Northmen last week.
Packed house tonight, crosstown rivalry, obviously. A lot of excitement coming into this one, almost like a marquee matchup. Martinez throws it deep, and that's going to be incomplete, intended for Josh Manning. Good coverage by that Bronco defender. I believe it was number 7, Trey Baker.
Yeah, it
Sorry,
looked
it
like
was not Trey Baker. He's the quarterback for the Broncos. That's my bad.
Yeah, it looks like the cornerback got a little tug on Manning there, but the official could have deemed that out of reach for him, which it looked like it was.
And it's going to be 3rd and 3 for the Tigers. They could do a lot of different things here. This early on in the game, I wouldn't say it was 4-down territory. And the Tigers did get the Broncos to jump. That hard count by Martinez, and I mean, Martinez in his first 2 games as a varsity starter has shown he can do a lot of things really well.
Oh, yeah, he can. He can pass the ball really well. He can run the ball. He can do everything that you need as a quarterback.
A little more history between these two. Lee Summit since 2010 is 8-3. Tigers also eliminated North from districts in 2016. Martinez takes the snap, rolls out to his right, and finds the elusive Benassi again. And this is going to be a significant gain. Alex Benassi brought down at the 10-yard line, and the Tigers are knocking on the door.
Yep, there he is again. Already 2 receptions this game. That's already more than he had last week. So you're going to see Benassi a lot more this week.
And how clutch have the Tigers been on 3rd down early on their first drive? It's been Alex Benassi twice. I believe that was the same route he ran when it was 3rd and 7 in their own territory. But here we go, 1st and goal from the 9-yard line. Devin Andrews still in the backfield with Martinez. Martinez takes it and rolls out to his left. He's going to get swarmed, and that pass is thrown to the end zone and caught for a touchdown. Alex Benassi, he can do it all, folks.
Now there is a flag on the field. I don't know if that could have been a hold on the Tigers O-line or what that was.
And you were right, Austin. It was a hold. It came in near the end of the play. Did it affect Martinez's ability to get that ball away? Possibly. But that's a killer for the Tigers. So far, it's going to stay 6-0, but here we go again with the Tigers' penalties. It's been a thorn in their side early on in this season.
Yes, it has. I mean, those penalties, those mental errors have got to stop if they want to win these football games. It's all right against the Northmen, but against Lee Summit North, a very good football team, 4th in the state, you can't have a lot of those every game.
Yeah, and this is a game that if you're the Tigers, you're not shying away because North is considered such a good football team. I mean, this is a crosstown rivalry. There's going to be trash talk. There already has been trash talk between these two teams. But can we talk about that throw? Even though it did not count, what a throw by Martinez and what a catch by Benassi. Those two have connected early on quite a bit in this game, whereas last week the two only connected twice. Manning in motion. It's a run up the middle to Andrews, and he is going to gain some of that penalty yardage back. It was 1st and a lot. They didn't even have it on the scoreboard yet. And I believe, it is 2nd and goal. So that's let's just say they were at, what, the 30. They had about 30 yards to go in this set of downs. They obviously have a good kicker, though. They will be completely fine. Rowan McCarthy is that kicker for the Tigers. Martinez once again rolls out to his left. He doesn't have much room to go, but he will scramble for about just a yard or two. It seemed like more because of how much running he's been doing. I can only imagine how tired he probably is right now with 4:41 left in the first quarter.
Right, this game felt like it's already gone by so much faster than the game last week. The game last week was around 3 hours. This one looks to be done in around an hour 45, 2 hours.
Yeah, you said it best. Last week was absurd with a 3-hour-long opening night game. Obviously, last night, a lot of cramps in our soccer game at West.
Yes, there was.
It's hard to transition into a season, and so week one, having a 3-hour-long game for football, that does not sound healthy for your body. Martinez doesn't see the pressure coming, and he's going to be brought down in the backfield by a handful of Broncos. I believe the last to get to him is number 25, Owen Cole.
Yep.
And that is a big one because that pushes the Tigers back quite a bit, and looks like they are going to roll out the kicking unit.
Yeah, you just thought that all happened because of that holding penalty that happened on the first and goal, that touchdown catch by Benassi. And they could be 7-6 right now, Tigers lead, but instead it could possibly cut the Broncos lead in half.
And here we go once again. The kicking unit, Rowan McCarthy, who was so far so good last week. McCarthy's kick is not going to be high enough, and it is short. The Broncos will take over at the error. And McCarthy, it's hard being a high school kicker, and obviously nerves going with the rivalry and everything, so no shame to him. It's definitely hard being a kicker. You would know, Austin, your dad did play in the NFL at one point. You mentioned that last week.
Yep,
so we're actually going to take a really quick break, and we will be back in just a moment.
You got to wonder. Later.
Gear up at Academy Sports and Outdoors. It's back to school time, and at Academy, your favorite brands are all in play. Like Nike, Adidas, Under Armour, Crocs, Puma, and the North Face. Bring on the fun and get out there. Whether you're playing for the home team or perfecting your game at home, at Academy, we'll bring the fun to you. Buy online and pick up curbside or in-store and get free shipping on orders over $25.
Gear up at Academy Sports and Outdoors.
Welcome back to Bud Hertzog Stadium. We did miss a play. We apologize for that. It was a significant rush by Logan Krotz. It was good for a first down, so a good start for the Broncos to start this second drive. And if you're the Tigers and you go down 2 scores here, you're going to feel really demoralized, considering the fact that the Tigers were just yards away from getting into the end zone. But they have to keep in mind, if they were able to get down that quickly on this defense that's supposed to be, some of the best in the state, then they have a pretty good offense on their hands. This is a scramble up the middle by the quarterback, and it could be trouble for the Tigers. Trey Baker, it's going to be a foot race. Will he be caught? He will be caught at the 1-yard line. What a hustle play by Jeffrey Johnson. Oh, my goodness.
I guarantee you, during the film session, the Tigers did not worry about Trey's legs, but they really showed out on that play there. They're all the way down to the 1-yard line.
And that is a shot to the throat for the Tigers. But once again, I will say, Jeffrey Johnson, that is a play that he's going to come on the sideline, and Coach Thomas is going to applaud him so much for that play. It is not easy running. I mean, I'm sure Johnson on that play in total tracked about 100 or more yards, and he was able to bring it down. Awkward snap, but it looks like it's going to be a touchdown for the Broncos, and they're going to go up 2 scores.
This Broncos run game is so hard to stop, especially with that unit of an O-line. It's going to be tough for the Tigers the rest of the game, grinding to have to work for even a stop here.
This time the kick is up and good for the Broncos. And just like that, about 5 minutes ago in real time, the Tigers were at the 5-yard line of the Broncos. Now, and they had a touchdown that was called off. Now it's 13-0. So the Tigers had an opportunity to take the lead. And now they are down 2 scores. Austin, how do you see the Tigers responding after that?
Oh, I mean, you got to score on this drive. There's no questions asked. I mean, we're already halfway through the first quarter. North has scored on both of their drives. And after just getting a touchdown taken away by a holding call, you got to expect they're going to do the same thing they did the last drive. Short passes, long passes, whatever you need, but just some air ball so they can get the ball down the field and score a touchdown.
And I will say, if you hear the country music playing in the background, it is country night here from the Lee Summit side of things. You may have seen us wearing our country hats earlier. Also, we did not mean to wear the same shirt, for those of you asking. We appreciate that you thought we were that professional, but that was by complete accident. Both of us in the soccer program wanted to rep the soccer team, but we also decided to throw on the cowboy hats. And so that's why you see a lot of people in the stands. Whenever you see the Tigers side of the stands, that you're going to see about a bunch of country outfits. But back to the actual game, this is a low kick towards the sideline. It's going to be fielded and brought back, and it looks like it's going to be a good return for the Tigers. Look at that great field position. What a response by the running back, Devin Andrews.
There were some great blocks on that return there. That squib kick gives the returner a little bit extra time to receive the ball, collect it, find out where he's going to go, and it helped with some great blocks by that special teams unit there. Great performance by them.
Yeah, I don't know if that kick was by design. It seemed like a squib kind of kick, but at the same time they tried to kick it deeper. I don't know if that kick was by design or not, but if it was, it did not work for Lee Summit North. The Tigers taking over on the 48-yard line. And you couldn't have asked for a better start in terms of field position to get back in this game. Andrews is going to run the ball, and he's going to get destroyed in the backfield. Not much blocking there going on for the Tigers. It was number 63, Charvez Ward, bringing down Williams. Jalen Johnson out there now for the Tigers in the backfield. And someone we've yet to see get involved tonight, Max Weisner as well as Landon Shepard.
Yeah, you're going to have to see Jalen Johnson get involved tonight. I mean, such a big guy. I feel like he's the one out of the 2 running backs for Lee Summit that can actually penetrate that O-line, that D-line and get some yards.
Shepard in motion. And now another player in motion for the Tigers, and it's a handoff to him, and the Broncos are all over it. It was Xander Hall on the carry, and Jaden McGee was having no part of that.
I mean, it's tough already in the first quarter. You can see this Tiger offense is struggling. That's because they're more of a one-dimensional offense right now. Last week they were a 2, maybe even 3-dimensional with all the different things that they could do. Now their run game is getting choked up, so let's see what they can do in the pass game here.
Yeah, when the Tigers play a more traditional offense of trying to sit Martinez in the pocket, it doesn't seem to go as well. They find more success when he's able to roll out to either side. That's a bullet to Josh Manning, and he's going to be ran out of bounds, well short of a first down. It's a gain of around 6, and it's going to bring up 4th down.
Yeah, they need more of those short passes on 1st and 2nd down to give them at least a good chance at getting a first down, because right now that run game is not going to work for them.
And I talked to Max Weisner multiple times during this week, tight end for the Tigers, and he mentioned how they were really motivated and how they were not going to shy away from this Lee Summit North team. They look good on paper is what he said, but he feels like they can beat them tonight. And so far, Tigers have just had a few things go wrong for them. They were probably taking the lead if they didn't get that holding penalty. But here's Alex Benassi. He does a lot of things for this team, and he punts this one away out of bounds. It's going to be marked at the, 20-yard line.
First and 10 for the Broncos.
Now it's almost imperative that the Tigers get a quick stop here to end out the quarter. I mean, that run game for the Broncos is just so dominant. They just need a few good stops here to get themselves back in the game.
Yeah, 51 seconds left on the clock, and I would say on this drive, if the Tigers are unable to get a stop, if they force a field goal, that would be manageable, but it would really not be good if the Broncos drove down and scored yet another touchdown. That would make this 20, likely 20 or 21-point lead for them. Electric night, though, at Bud Hertzog Stadium. Still, it was senior night for football, cheerleading, and Tigerettes. This is a screen pass out to the left, and it's going to be good for a first down. On the tackle, it was Julian Johnson. And looks like Delaney was the receiver there for the Broncos. And I will say Trey Baker so far on the ground and in the air, like Martinez, has had a really good game so far.
I mean, already you can see Lee Summit is not getting to the quarterback like they did last week against the Northmen. That is going to be a big thorn in their side, as that is how they can pressure the quarterback and get him to make some mistakes.
Here's another run up the middle. Logan Krotz on the carry, and he gains about 5.
Tackle by number 12, Xander Hall.
I will say something, as it was Xander Hall who brought down Krotz there, but I will say something from just an outside perspective. I've seen the Broncos subbing their offense quite a bit. I mean, multiple guys, 3 or 4, typically going out on almost every play. That shows how deep this team is and why they are so good. Obviously, you don't get a 4th rank in the state for nothing. Here's another handoff, and the Tigers are better off on this one. They still give up around 2 yards. So it's going to be 3rd and short for the Broncos, but an opportunity to get their offense off the field for the Tigers.
Yeah, this is always a lot of 4-down territory for the Broncos. They're up by 2 scores, so the Tigers really need to stop here to put some points on the board and get back in this game.
Yeah, I would agree. I think a lot of people would agree from the Tiger side of things that Martinez is who you want on the field. He is probably a top 3 player for the Tigers this year. I mean, Coach Thomas, Coach McElroy, they're all so high on Martinez that they just want him to be on the field as much as possible. And so far, he has not had a lot of time on the field. Coach Thomas, though, I know he will be motivating his team. He will not let them get down, as he obviously has proved that at any point in time, he is really good at getting his team motivated.
Oh, he is. He is the definition of a hype man. He will scream at his players, and that will get them ready to go.
Scream at his players, he will, but sometimes you have to get a point across.
Oh, you do.
And so we had a little bit of a timeout going on here on the field. And not country music playing now, but that is the Tigerettes that are dancing down there on the track currently.
Yeah, and as you look at both student sections, obviously country themed for Lee Summit, but hunting themed for the Broncos, and there are a lot of them here tonight.
And so we could not see the scoreboard from up here. The reason why there was a timeout was because the end of the first quarter. That makes me feel not smart, but this run is shut down by the Tigers. It's Malachi Mitchell. And the Tigers look like they're going to get the Broncos off the field. Logan Krotz denied.
Yep, I like to see a better second quarter from this Tiger defense. I mean, they've already proved it on this drive. They can stop that run defense, and they need to do more of that in the really the rest of the game for them to get some points on the board, some unanswered points, that is, and win this game.
And 4th down and 4 from the Broncos' own 40-yard line. They're keeping their offense on the field. And it looks like it's going to be a punt from Trey Baker, the quarterback, and it's a good one. The Tigers are going to be pinned in inside their 10 official marking at the 8.
Now, how often do you see that? A quarterback going out looking like they're going to go for it on 4th down, and ends up just punting it away inside the 10-yard line. There's not many QBs that can do that.
And that's the thing that a lot of people like about the high school game more than college and professional level, is that you'll see more stuff like that, more creative things. We've obviously seen that before. If you've watched a lot of football, we've seen Drew Brees do it quite a bit. He's kind of famous for that. But at the high school level, it's something that we see a lot more commonly. And I'm sure we very well may see it from the Broncos once again tonight. Tigers offense back on the field. Martinez takes the snap. It's going to be a run, and it's going to go down pretty quickly. And I believe it was actually a loss on the play. Brought down at the 5-yard line by Jaden McGee of the Broncos.
No, I really need to see the Tigers offense go for a pass here. They've had some success with it so far in this game. They've had almost zero success with their run this game so far. So a pass would be great here.
Yeah, and I'm sure they would love to roll Martinez out to his right or left in this scenario. Probably his right, considering the ball's lined up on the left hash mark. But I just don't know if they feel exactly comfortable. That North team that blitzes on a significant amount of plays, they're looking to get a safety here and extend this game. Whistles blow, and the Tigers are going to take their first time out with 10:40 left in the second quarter.
Yeah, this Tiger offense just looks discombobulated so far. I mean, not much run, not much yards off the run, and just really out of sync it looks like for the Tigers so far in this game on offense.
And it looks like that's what the Tigers are doing down in their huddle. They're trying to get in sync. And I'm sure that that everyone on that Tigers coaching team is just reminding all those players out there, we are still in this game. It's a 13-point game. It's the second quarter. And that might seem like a bigger margin, for the Tigers, considering that they are playing Lee Summit North. We'll give them the respect of that. That they are obviously a very quality football team. It is second down and 13 from the Tigers' own 5-yard line, so they're going to need to look out for a possible safety here. And Martinez is going to keep the option, and he's going to gain about 6 or 7. We'll see where the official marking is.
34, Jalen Johnson. Tackle made by number 21.
Yeah, you can see
Jalen Johnson was the carrier.
You can see there's already much more success in the scramble game for Martinez than there is in the run game for Johnson. And I think they need to do that. They need to go out, look for passes. If not, he can scramble to the outside. They're a blitz-heavy defense, so you can see those giant gaps in the outside that are going to be ready for him.
Martinez takes the snap, rolls out to his right. He's having to evade pressure and get rid of it. It's somehow brought down by J.T. Belt, and I believe he was hit early.
Yeah, that is an acrobatic and a great catch right there. Great throw also by Martinez while he's going down. That is what the Tigers did on that play right there.
J.T. Belt, no receptions last week, but he somehow brought that in while getting hugged from behind. That flag is still down on the field, and we are waiting for the discussion to conclude from the officials. As of now, the 3rd and 8 still stands on the scoreboard, but if that pass was indeed caught without a penalty on the Tigers, that should be a first down, but Tigers are moving backward. And it was just some confusion because the official was walking back to count the steps. It was indeed on the Broncos, and it's going to be significant yardage for the Tigers.
Yeah, this is the drive they need. Get a touchdown here. They need one right now, and I feel like they can get one if they stick to that passing game. Maybe mix 1 or 2 runs in there, 1 or 2 scrambles from the quarterback, but they mainly need to have passes. They've had success with that early on in this game.
And we've said it before, when Martinez rolls out, that's when the Tigers have success. He did it again there. He had to get rid of it last second. The Broncos were more on him that time, but he was still able to find Belt. The snap happened, but whistles fly.
Penalty flag is down.
And we'll see who this one was on.
Looks like the North defense jumped there. Looks like this could be 5 yards for the Tigers.
And you are indeed correct, Austin Boyer. A fun fact about Austin Boyer next to me, he did score the game-winning goal in double overtime yesterday in our soccer match against Lee Summit West. I mentioned earlier it's been a very electric week for sports at this school. Volleyball still undefeated as well. And here's the football team as of now undefeated, but obviously a very tough matchup tonight. The emotions are high, and Tigers looking to continue their drive down the field. 1st and 10 from the 30. And Broncos were on that one quick. Martinez somehow gets yardage and multiple flags fly in late. That's going to be a 3rd consecutive penalty on the Broncos. Unnecessary roughness, late hit. Either way, it's going to result in the 1st down for the Tigers. I mean, Martinez, he just never stops, does he?
He does not. When you looked at that play, it was going to get eaten up for a loss of maybe 5 yards. He goes out and gets 5 yards plus a penalty after the play. And that's going to move him up a lot, too.
And it was not a late hit or unnecessary roughness. It was face mask. But in my opinion, it might have been a combination of all three. The tackle was pretty unnecessary. Martinez made himself known he was going out of bounds. That's not me being biased. That's the average football fan telling you that. That moves the Tigers up to midfield. And it looks like they're going to line up with Alex Benassi and JT Belt at the top of your screen.
Yeah, you can already see this blitz-heavy offense for the Broncos. Look at their safeties. They're about 7 yards from the line of scrimmage. And it looks like the Tigers jumped there.
And once again, multiple penalty flags. This one is going to be on the Tigers. False start. And the Broncos probably have a little bit of a sigh of relief considering, they had quite a few mishaps there in a row. This quarter going significantly slower than the last 8:33 remaining in this second quarter. And if you're the Tigers, in my opinion, you need to get on the board before halftime. Johnson and Andrews on both sides of the Tigers. And the 5 yards that the Tigers just lost, they're going to gain it right back.
Yeah, these penalties on the Broncos are keeping the Tigers in this drive. Now, can we see the Tigers capitalize on all these penalties the Broncos are getting and score a touchdown here before halftime? There's still about 8 minutes to do so.
And back to 1st and 10. Penalties just all around the board. I don't know if I've ever seen a sequence quite like that. And oh my goodness. Many groans from the crowd. We just want to watch a football game, folks. And who this penalty is on, that is still to be questioned. It's a false start on the Tigers, so the Tigers went -5, +5, and now -5. And once again, we're back at 1st down and 15. Austin, please do something with the broadcast curse. In this case, it would be a reverse curse. Please say something to where there will not be a penalty on this play.
I don't know if I can do that. 3 straight plays with the penalty. Hopefully the Tigers can get some passes in here.
And this play's actually going without a penalty flag. Martinez is going to get ate up in the backfield by a number of Broncos.
Sack on the play by number 43, Jaden McGee.
And obviously that was the first play that actually happened in a couple minutes. So that team was, that play was going to be whoever, whoever came out better, I guess you could say, from that little break. I mentioned 8:33 remained in the first quarter about 5 minutes ago, and now 8:04 remains in the quarter.
Yep, you can see 71% blitzes last week for that defense. There was one there, and it worked out to perfection for the Broncos.
Yeah, 2nd and 23 is what the Tigers are up against. Martinez rolls to his right, finds Benassi. He will go out of bounds at midfield, which happens to be the original line of scrimmage. And just like that, it's 3rd and manageable. Looks like it's going to be around 3rd and 10.
Now look at that block by the running back, Devin Andrews. That is why that play happened. He held up that huge D lineman there and ended up giving him a chance at converting on this 3rd down.
Yeah, you're now starting to see why Devin Andrews getting a few more snaps than he did last week. And I don't even know if I can say a few more. He's been in there almost every play for the Tigers. It's not that Jalen Johnson's necessarily doing anything wrong. It's that Devin Andrews is, he's stepping up. And like you said, there is nothing a running back can do better on a play he doesn't get the ball than block. And that play is batted down immediately by Randall Ward. And that's going to be 4th and 10. And from this position, the Tigers will probably be looking to punt.
Yeah, that screen looked like it would have worked out if that hand would not have gotten in the way, but it did. Another blitz by the Broncos. Shocker, I know. But they're going to have a 4th down and 10 here, and most likely a punt.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I can have your attention, please.
And
Due to inclement weather conditions,
we were just
the game officials have determined that everyone in the stadium should seek shelter. The following locations will be utilized to shelter in place.
And if you can hear the PA system in the background, a storm is coming in really quick. A lot of directions being called out here. Give us just a moment.
Cheer, BGM. Spectators, please go to your car.
Yep, the wind is starting to pick up, and that can only mean one thing. The sky is starting to turn dark. That could also mean one thing, and it means there's going to be a storm coming soon.
And our sideline reporter, Lauren, was proactive and made her way up to our booth just a few minutes ago, and she whispered to me, I'm not even kidding, about 10 seconds before the PA announcer came onto the speakers and announced that there was inclement weather on the way. She told me rain is coming and it's coming fast. And then before I could even tell you all, a lot of stuff is going on right now. I mean, directions still being put out. We do not know the state of this game, whether it's going to continue or not. Right now, everyone is just being told to seek shelter, and it's kind of a stalemate in the stands. A lot of people don't know where to go. We will stay live on air. However, we will turn our mics off because we need to find a place as well. We're going to make sure our broadcast booth is safe. Lightning on the way once again. This game is going into a weather delay. The state on this game not yet known. Follow our Twitter at TBTV8 Sports and our Instagram at TBTV8 Sports for updates on that game. We'll also come on the mic if you choose to keep the game on your TV. Whatever device you're watching on, we'll come on the mic and let you know anything as soon as we know. We will see you soon. Blake Heisey, Austin Boyer, Elaine McDonald, Lauren Holdmeyer, and Elena Twinner up in the booth. Hopefully, we will see you tonight sometime soon. Well, welcome back to Bud Hertzog Stadium. Things looking very different than they did about an hour and a half ago. We entered a weather delay quite a long time ago. It's been about an hour now. Broncos were leading the Tigers 13-0 with about 7 minutes left in the second quarter. Right now, we do not have a scheduled update time for you. We did about an hour ago, or about 30 minutes ago, I should say, that every lightning strike due to protocol moves the start time back at least 30 minutes. So right now, we do not have a start time to date. As of what we know right now is that the game is still planning on being played tonight. If it is not played tonight, the plan is to reschedule it tomorrow. We do not know any possible time frames for that quite yet, but we are seeing lightning strikes within about a mile of the stadium currently, so we do not know whenever we will restart, but make sure you are still staying on the live stream and following our Twitter for whenever that is the case. And so, Austin, do you have anything to add if I missed anything?
Nothing much to say. We had some rumors about having a 1 minute halftime, get this game going quickly, but we're not sure about that yet. We'll let you guys know once we get the official information.
He did add that. I forgot to add that if the game does resume tonight, there will be a 1 minute halftime to get the game going as quickly as possible. Also, possibility of a nonstop running clock. Once again, the game is still planned on being played tonight. That is subject to change. We didn't see any raindrops here until just a few minutes ago. It actually is coming down pretty hard now on the stadium. So we will let you know as soon as we know via Twitter and the comment section right now on the live stream. Stay tuned, and thank you for staying with us. We hope to bring you more football tonight. Lauren. Okay. Well, welcome back inside the broadcast booth at Bud Hertzog Stadium, providing you with another update. This one will be much more meaningful to you. It was just announced and brought to us that the teams will be brought back to the field at 9:30, and the game is being planned to be resumed at 9:40. There is about 7 minutes left in the second quarter. Broncos leading the Tigers 13-0. The plan is to play the rest of the second quarter like they normally would, have a 1-minute halftime where the teams do not leave the field, and then play the second half as normal. They believe that there is a small window to get this game in tonight. The games do have to be at least at halftime to be called final, so they're just trying to get to halftime as much as possible before any cancellation or postponement is made. A lot of fans and parents have made their way out of the stadium, so we currently don't have any information on readmission, what that looks like. We're sorry about that, but Austin, it looks like we're going to have some football in just a few minutes.
We are. It's going to be not as hype as it was when it started. Most people left. The seats are wet. Everything's wet. It's late. It's dark, and it's just going to be some relaxed football. Hopefully, we can catch some of you guys on the stream.
And this is one of those games where it's really unique in the fact that we don't see things like this often. Teams just went into our school, and they've been sitting there for about an hour or two, and by the time we get back started up, they probably will have been sitting in there for about 2 hours. And so it's going to be who comes out better. I mean, the Tigers could come out super motivated. The Broncos could come out super motivated. But the plan is to play this game through in its full length tonight. We will still be here. We will be live streaming. So that's not going to change. We'll be here as late as we're allowed to be here, unless the game is played at 4 in the morning, which by then it would be postponed. All jokes aside, though, we will have football for you soon. That's the plan. Once again, game should start around 9:40. Spread the word. We'll be live streaming it right here for you, so don't go anywhere. Thank you, and we will see you in just a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back inside the broadcast booth. We are actually just moments away from restarting this game. Believe it or not, it's been a long delay. By the time we restart this game, it'll be just over 2 hours, most likely, of a delay that these players had to go through. Quick statement on if you attended this game at any point tonight, did get your hand stamped, you are allowed back in the game. So if you'd like to drive up, if you live near the high school, you are allowed to come back in the game if you can properly show a stamp. If you did not, if you had not paid at any point in this time tonight, up to this point, they are not selling any more admissions at this time. Just giving out readmissions for those who did purchase entrance to the game tonight. So we will be starting up in just a few minutes. The players are back out warming up. Getting information over these last 2 hours has been a little bit difficult. However, thank the Lord, we have someone on our team who actually can do that for us. Lauren Holdmeyer, our sideline reporter. We're going to go down right now live to Lauren. Lauren, give us any information that you know.
Well, as you guys can see, there is an extremely different dynamic out here at the stadium. We just came back from an extremely long weather delay, and the student section is not very big anymore. So after talking to one of the Tigers coaches, Coach Mack, earlier this week, he said one of the biggest factors of the Tigers' success so far this season has been all the students that have been here to cheer them on. So it's really going to be interesting throughout the rest of the game to see how that affects their play. We are in the middle of the second quarter, so welcome back.
Thank you, Lauren, as always, giving us the information that we need to know. We appreciate you, Lauren Holdmeyer, live and in person. It's been quite a rough time, actually, finding something to do up here for the last few hours. But we are back. It looks like on the opposite side of the field that North has brought back quite a few students. It's actually surprising. I think they have just about as much as Lee Summit. We have about as much of a neutral crowd as possible right now. Obviously, say just hypothetically, the attendance earlier was about, say it was about 2,000 people. I bet now we're down around 200-300. The attendance has, greatly drifted away. But we are about to get set underway. 7:13 remaining in the second quarter, and we're going to pick up right where we left off. It's 4th down and 10 for the Tigers, and we're going to try to give you about a recap of what happened before our break as much as possible. And so the Tigers are going to be punting it away here. Basically, Lee Summit North up 13-0. The Tigers did have a touchdown that was called back via a holding penalty. We are back underway at Bud Hertzog Stadium. Alex Benassi punts it deep. It's called for a fair catch right about the 10-yard line, so that's where Lee Summit North will take over. We'll remind you once again, 7 minutes and 3 seconds remaining in the second quarter here at Bud Hertzog Stadium. Hard to believe considering it is 9:37 at night. But here we are, and we have football once again.
We do, and as crazy as this sounds, this might be exactly what the Tigers need. Both teams have been sitting around for close to 2 hours now. And it's all about which team comes out hot, which team can come out and win their downs, and which team can come out and score first.
You said it right, Austin. It's a completely unique style of play right now. Most of these players have never been in this situation before. It's a handoff. The Tigers are all over it. Great job by that Tigers defense. Trying to get through was Quincy Baker. He was denied after just about inches after he crossed that line of scrimmage. It's still going to be 2nd down and 10.
Already, the first play, you can see the loud crowd is hype, the bench is hype, and the players in the field are hype for the Tigers. This could very well be what they needed to win this football game.
And obviously a little bit of luck there with a weather delay. But as a high school athlete, you have to learn to be flexible. Things don't always go your way. That pass is over the middle and caught, and it will be a 1st down.
Trey Barker's pass is caught by number 13, Isaiah Moses.
And you're not going to see anything new from this Bronco offense. They're going to be a lot of runs up the middle, a lot of passes across the middle because of how good that O-line is. And the Tigers are going to have to figure out a way to stop it because evidently they haven't really done it.
It's just it's a crazy environment here. It's something that we haven't really seen much before for a Friday night football game. And I don't know if you can hear if our mics are actually reaching that far. But student section is making some noise. They're ready to go. And that's a little bit of a handoff for just about 2 yards.
Yeah, student section is hype. It looks to be around a third of them stuck around to watch the end of this game, or at least however long we can get of it. But it's definitely good for the Tigers to see that the student section thinks they're still in it, which they absolutely are.
And so clock has dwindled down to 5:20 remaining in the second quarter. And that is going to be over the head of the North receiver. That is going to bring up third down, and the Tigers have an opportunity here to get their defense off the field once again.
Yeah, this is a pivotal down for the Tigers. If they can force this third down play to not go anywhere, they can get some points on the board here, be down only a score for the next drive.
And you said it best, the Tigers right now trying to find any way to get back in this game. They're only down 13 points, but once again, when you're playing the fourth-ranked team in the state, it's a little bit more than just 13 points, it seems like, in your head. Baker rolls out to his right. Max Weisner can't quite get the corner on him, and Baker is going to be hit hard on his way out of bounds. And I believe he did not get there.
Yeah, first drive, we've seen consistent pressure on the quarterback, forcing some of those unforced errors and some early decisions that might not be the best, which forces a good fourth down deep in their own territory.
And a little bit of confusion right now. The chain gang had about 2 hours off. It's 4th and short. Baker once again does what they did earlier, and they act like they're going to go for it, but they punt it away. The Tigers struggling to actually pick the ball up, but last second, looks like Devin Andrews, the returner from prior to the break, was able to bring it in just in time.
Yeah, you almost think that muffed punt actually kind of helped the Broncos there. The Tigers got zero yards after the catch there on that punt, and now they're back at their only 30, inside their 30-yard line.
And here comes Elijah Martinez's offense. They have had quite the bit of a break. And it's a handoff to Andrews, I believe, and he is going to be swallowed up pretty quickly for no gain.
Let's see if they can figure out this offense, or excuse me, this Bronco defense. I mean, they've been absolutely tearing up the Tigers' run game. I'd like to see them go in the air a little more in the second quarter and the rest of the game, really. That would give them the best chance at scoring and getting some more points on the board.
And before the long break, Tino Martinez rolled out to his right or left quite a bit, and he's actually going to keep this one up the middle and get near a first down. And it'll bring up 3rd and short. And worth noting that this is just another little bit of history. Lee Summit North last year was one of the first football teams that unfortunately had their season ended by COVID. They finished 4-6 last year, counting the forfeit loss, so 4-5 in most people's eyes. So they're out for blood this year, that's for sure. And Martinez keeps it once again. Did he get the first down is the question. And officials signaling for a first down. Martinez still doing load of the work.
Yeah, as bad as the Tigers' rushing game has been with the two running backs, Elijah Martinez has really made up for that with his feet and getting through the gaps in the middle, getting some yards.
You said it best. Tino Martinez or Elijah Martinez, whatever you want to call him, he's so lethal in both areas of the field. That pass is batted down at the line, incomplete, which will bring up 2nd down.
Second down and 10.
And whenever you look around the stands on the away side is significantly smaller than the home bleachers, of course, but there's a lot of Lee Summit North fans that are still here, and that's one of the great things you love about high school football is how passionate the fans and parents are.
Yeah, before the rain delay, we saw almost that entire side full of spectators and students watching the North football team play. But now it's down to half, and that's still a lot considering a 2-hour weather delay in between them.
Yeah, I mean, huge shout out to everyone who's braved this thunderstorm out. Devin Andrews is once again going to be swallowed up, this time behind the line of scrimmage. And that's going to bring up 3rd and long.
I'd like to see him find Benassi here on this 3rd down play. He can really catch anything that comes in his direction, can he? 6 foot, over 6 foot tall, absolute stud of an athlete. Three-sport student.
Three-sport athlete.
Yeah.
Yeah. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, look, point is he can catch almost anything that comes his way.
He can indeed, and that's who they're going to go to. Martinez throws a dart. It's going to be just short of a 1st down. But there it is, Alex Benassi. He was their go-to guy on 3rd down in the first half, and here he is once again making that catch. What are the Tigers going to elect to do here? Martinez and the offense staying on the field. 2:40 remaining in the second quarter. Reminder, we will have about a 1-minute halftime. That is the plan to get this game over as soon as possible. The Tigers do snap it on 4th down. It's a pass outside, and the Tigers are going to be short. It was caught by Josh Manning, but what coverage from the North linebackers. Remember, they run a 5-2, so the Tigers figured that they would have opportunity in the flats. But one of those 2 inside linebackers got out there and made the tackle, and what a play that is for Lee Summit North.
I mean, just a textbook tackle right there. Great job by the North linebackers communicating with each other, telling each other that Manning's going to this side. I need you to cover him for me so I can stay in my part. And it worked out to perfection there also by a great tackle there.
And it's now 9:46 here at Bud Hertzog Stadium. Last week, what was considered one of the longest games in this stadium without a break or anything, got over around 10 o'clock. We'll be lucky to be at halftime by then tonight. This ball is thrown, and it's a wide open receiver for the Broncos. Tanner Howes is going to beat the Tiger defender on the outside, and he has just increased the Broncos' lead.
Yep, one play is all they needed. Looks like a miscommunication with the Tigers secondary and the Tigers safeties there. And just one play, this team can burn you and make you pay.
And just this Lee Summit North team, you see why they're ranked 4th in state. They have so much depth. They're able to do so many things so well. And we won't give them too much credit there. That looked like a little bit of blown coverage there on the Tigers side of things. Obviously, 2-hour break, mental lapses can happen. But it was also a very good play design. And that kick is up and good. You hear the air horn from the Lee Summit North side. They have increased this game to 20-0 in their favor.
The Tigers got to get something started quick here in the second quarter before halftime to get this game going because they need a score here. North's offense is just too good to get so many consecutive stops and maybe even force a few turnovers, so we need to see some Tiger points on the board soon.
The Tigers did kick off, so they will receive the ball to start the second half. Hopefully, if you're the Tigers at this point, you just got to play and get some points on the board before halftime. There's 2:12 remaining in the half. They have 2 of their timeouts. So if they could possibly just get some points on the board, say best case scenario, you get a touchdown, make it 20 to hopefully 7 at halftime. You get the ball first, get another touchdown, and all of a sudden you're back within 1 score. That's obviously best case scenario. They're going up against the Lee Summit North defense that didn't allow a single point in 3 quarters last week against Blue Spring South.
Yeah, definitely a solid defense on the behalf of the Lee Summit North Broncos. But I've seen some sparks of good moments here from the Tigers, and if they just combine some of those together, they can get a good drive going and even maybe get a touchdown here.
That is the plan. I'd assume just from what worked out so far in this game, the Tigers might not stick to the run game unless it's an option. with Martinez or someone like Andrews or Johnson, which we haven't seen much of Johnson tonight, which was a surprising sight. This ball is returned by Max Cates, and he tried to get to the outside corner, but he was denied. The Tigers will take over just shy of the 25-yard line.
That's an excellent tackle right there by the Broncos. If he doesn't make that tackle, he's getting another 20 yards here at least. So that was a great tackle there, and nice job pinning back pretty far in their own territory.
Yeah, when the players tend to go full throttle, they tend to the loud crowd tends to get louder and louder, and so they if you just heard the crowd there, you would have assumed that he was running back a touchdown, and that ball slips out of Wisner's hands.
Second down and 10.
Can only assume how wet the field is.
I mean, they try and wash or dry off the balls in between the exchanges of them, but sometimes whenever the snapper has that ball on the ground, it's just too hard and too wet sometimes to have a good grasp on it.
And obviously, Lee Summit North seeming like they're getting pretty intense pressure onto Martinez. It's that 5-2 that's just really causing pressure. Martinez takes the snap, tries to scramble up the middle, and he's going to be tackled right around the line of scrimmage.
Yep, this is definitely either a Benassi down here, a Manning down here, or maybe even a Weiser down here. Benassi's found some good holes in their coverage so far the first half. I bet he can find another one here on this 3rd down 10.
And it looks like the Broncos are going to take a timeout. They are looking to get this ball back. There's 1:43 remaining in the half. Now, one thing the Tigers have done accidentally is actually basically given Lee Summit North free timeouts by those incomplete passes. Actually, there was one, and then Martinez scrambled. That was Lee Summit North's first timeout of the half, so they have 2 remaining. Like I said, they're trying to get this ball back and extend this lead as much as possible.
Well, I mean, with all reason, too. I mean, you just saw them on their last drive. They had a touchdown in one play. So I really don't blame them for trying to get the ball back at all, because they can score a touchdown quickly to end the half.
Yeah, they're a very lethal team that can get you when you're least expecting it. You'd expect something like a run on the first play of the drive. Last time, how about a very long touchdown? Martinez has pressure all over him. He dumps it to Andrews, and he is unable to bring it in. That's going to stop the clock at 1:38, and it's going to be 4th down and 10.
Even if Andrews would have caught that ball there, I don't think he was going anywhere with that screen. The North defense read that pretty well, and they had a bunch of guys there to stop that.
And yeah, you said it best. Lee Summit North seeming to figure out the Tigers' offense up to this point. I see the quarterback's coach, known as Coach Mack here, sitting down with Martinez right now, trying to just figure out any sort of solution. Alex Benassi punts this one away. Broncos don't elect for a fair catch, and this could be trouble for the Tigers. It's a pretty decent return, and they're going to take this inside the 35-yard line.
Now there's a flag on the field. This could be a block in the back or something along those lines against the Broncos here.
I think you heard what I heard. There was several pleads for blocks in the back from the Tigers' home side. Discussion will be going on right now to decide what that penalty is. But the Tigers likely will be up against their work here. Coach Thomas trying to figure something out, as they don't want to allow any more scores in this game, in this half from the Broncos, or else this game could possibly get out of hand.
Yeah, looks like a hold on the Broncos there. That could be good. It moves them just a little bit farther out of field goal range, a few yards, and that could be what the Tigers need to stop them on this drive.
And still a very long, lengthy discussion from the zebra stripes on the opposite side of the field, as we're still awaiting some sort of decision. And you may have just heard a Tiger fan yell, "Let's go." He is obviously trying to go home. It's pretty late. It's been a long work week, and I don't think any of us expected us to be in this scenario where we are not even at halftime. It's almost 10 o'clock here.
Well, I don't blame them either. I mean, this storm has just ended, but there's another one on the way coming soon. So they're going to try and get this game going as fast as they can.
And it's a reminder to all that this game cannot be declared final till at least halftime. So in that case, this game can be declared final in 1 minute and 26 seconds. That will not be the case unless lightning comes back. But like you said, there is scattered storms all around the area. Most Metro games were actually postponed tonight for tomorrow morning. That's why we were really, honestly, not expecting this game to return tonight, but here we are. We may be here pretty late at this rate. But Broncos have been moved back from that penalty to their own 45-yard line. Once again, they have 1 minute and 26 seconds to do their magic. And quarterback Trey Baker trying to lead his team here. Tanner Howes, who got the touchdown last time, is lined up on the outside, and that pass was intended for him, but it was just short from Baker for an incomplete pass.
Yep, usually Baker doesn't make those bad passes, but the ball with a little bit of residue on it, being a little bit wet, could have affected the flight there and had it slipped out of his hands just a little bit.
Yeah, obviously in conditions like this where the field's really wet, the balls are going to continue to be probably soaked the entire game. It fits more of a running style, and you'd think, if you're Lee Summit North, once the second half starts, because they're obviously still trying to put points on the board right now, once the second half starts, they'll probably try to run the ball as much as possible. Baker scrambling, and he doesn't know where to go with it. Flags galore. I'd assume that's a holding play. Baker's now going to scramble, and he's going to go out of bounds just around the line of scrimmage, but flags all over the field in the backfield.
Yep, it's got to be something along those lines of holding, block in the back, but let's give some credit to Baker there. He ran about a mile to just get back to the line of scrimmage there.
Yeah, and you just think the Tigers are going to bring him down eventually, and they just never could get to him. It's kind of been the tale of the night. Both quarterbacks really tough to bring him down. And that is indeed a holding call against the Broncos. That's going to keep us at second down. It's going to be second down and quite a lot. It's going to be 2nd and 35. And that obviously is near half the length of the field. And so a little bit of a sigh of relief from the Tigers side of things. They do have 2 timeouts, 1:10 remaining on the clock.
As you said, Blake, 2 timeouts for the Tigers. Is there a possibility they can get back into field goal range here if they stop them?
And that's just a run up the middle trying to get some more yards. Tigers look like they're not going to elect to use a timeout. We are under a minute left in the first half, just before 10 o'clock here at Bud Hertzog Stadium. About 48 seconds, and it's 3rd and 27. So see if Lee Summit North elects to just take a knee here. If they were to take a knee, that would end the first half with the way the play clock and game clock are lined up. And the Tigers defensive coordinator kind of waving his arms to safeties to get back. It is indeed just a handoff, and the Tigers are going to be all over that. That was Logan Krotz on the carry, and that's likely going to take us to halftime in case the Tigers opt to use a timeout.
Tackled by number 70, Oshan Ogwebwe.
That does bring up 4th and still very long.
4th down and 25.
4th and 25 is the official ruling. And finally, at 9:58 p.m. Central Standard Time, we have reached halftime at Bud Hertzog Stadium. And we will remind you, this halftime is something you don't want to go walk away from your device you're currently watching us on right now. This is about a 1-minute halftime, so the coaches are going to get to talk to their teams, let's just say for a significantly less amount of time than they're used to, and we're going to get right back going here. The Tigers will receive the ball to start the second half, so we're not going to go anywhere. Austin, what do you have to add after that first half? I know it almost feels like we had 2 first halves, considering each quarter was basically split right in half, but what do you think?
Well, you could clearly see after the rain delay, or excuse me, the weather delay, the Broncos came out fast. a good stop on defense and then a one-play touchdown. That is what they needed to kick off this post-weather delay football. And the Tigers got to respond in the second half. Like, there's no questions asked. They got to do something on that first drive, something to get the energy up on the bench and the student section. They got to find something to do here.
And the Lee Summit North student section still sounds just as loud as they did earlier. Looks like they didn't lose too many people. However, there obviously was a significant amount more than's here right now. A lot of people were moved to standing on the away side because there was not enough seating. That's how packed this game was tonight. Once again, it was senior night for many different teams. And we once again want to thank you for sticking with us this entire night. Whether even if you tuned back in just 10 minutes ago whenever the game started, it's our pleasure to bring to you any sports game at Lee Summit High School, whether there's a huge delay in the middle of it or not. It's been a pretty strange night, I guess you would say. We're not used to this, but here we are. What's in the world of COVID around us, what's ordinary anymore?
Right, you're absolutely right, Blake. Now I'm curious to see in the second half if they have a non-stop running clock or not. We did not get any information on that, but if they do, this could be bad news for the Tigers.
It could indeed be bad news. If it's an accelerating clock, I don't mean to sound like a Debbie Downer, but that almost would probably put the Tigers to bed. That would mean that in total from just a minute or two until the end of the game, we'd be here for about a total of 25 more minutes. I mean, it'd be very quick. And the only things that we'd have clock stop for are injuries and stuff like that. And so another long night in the booth, I guess you could say. Last week, 3-hour-long game. This week, we are around the 3-hour mark, and we are at halftime. So hopefully we don't lose our voices. Austin and I were talking yesterday as we were leaving our soccer game. Our voices were basically gone then. They had about 24 hours to regenerate for tonight, I guess you could say. And I hear one of the loud crowd leaders, Caleb Souders, down in the loud crowd, leading a chant that he came up with himself. And he's trying to get his student section into it as much as possible. So shout out to Caleb. We hear you from all the way up here in the booth. That's something.
Now I can tell you, he's just not a loud crowd leader. He's a leader on the soccer pitch as well. He gets the team hyped up before every game, every practice. It's just a great environment having him anywhere around you.
Yeah, two soccer players calling this game right now will tell you that Caleb Souders is someone who, just like Coach Thomas for the Tigers, he never fails to leave you, I guess you could say, unmotivated. Caleb always, even if he makes you laugh sometimes while he does it, because the way he says things, you can't tell if he's being serious sometimes. But there is Caleb Souders, as we mentioned. I mean, he's Caleb Souders, that's for sure. But back to the actual football game. We are just about set for kickoff. Looks like all we need is to reset the clock to 12 minutes. And I don't even have much to say anymore, I'll be honest with you. 2 long nights consecutive up here in the booth. But here we are, second half football underway, 12 minutes on the clock. And that is going to be a touchback. Despite the drop in the end zone, any ball that touches any part of the end zone, if desired, will be a touchback to prevent more injuries. Obviously, kickoffs, you have 22 guys on the field just running full speed at each other. So that's a pretty good rule for high school, in my opinion.
You also got to figure out when does fatigue start to set in for both sides here. When can one side outlast another side and take advantage of that and score some points? And that is definitely what the Tigers have to do here.
Martinez dumps it off to Andrews, and he is going to be knocked down in the backfield for a loss. And from time Martinez received that snap to when he was looking to pass, I mean, he probably had a guy on him in about a second. So the Broncos pass rush certainly doing their job tonight.
Yeah, part of that was because it was a screen. We got a lot of the old linemen out there, actually, but just didn't pick up one guy. He ended up making the play.
Martinez rolling out to his left. He's running out of room, and he's going to be pushed out of bounds just before the 20-yard line. He gained, looks like about a yard, but Elijah Martinez still trying to create some sort of magic for this team. It's 3rd and 12, 11:22 remaining in this third quarter. Someone we also haven't seen involved in the pass game tonight, Landon Shepard. Last year, he was one of the biggest parts of the offense with Tommy Locke at the helm of QB. But this year, looks like Martinez hasn't really connected with him much. That is a handoff up the middle by, it's going to be Devin Andrews on the carry, and he's brought down after a gain of about 2.
Yeah, questionable play call there. I mean, it's a long way to the first down, and they need some points here. When they choose a runner on 3rd and long here, they're going to look like they're going to punt as well. I don't understand why they won't just go long to Alex or Wax. I mean, their safeties are pushed up pretty high. The Broncos defense are. So if they can get one behind, they can get a lot of yards on one play.
And it's the Tigers offense that, I mean, you're basically at pass only mode up to this point. And with the way the Broncos style their defense, it's one of those things where it favor the Tigers passing game. The Broncos essentially blitz almost every other play, if not more, and so Tigers will probably be throwing the ball for the rest of the game unless they just want to run the clock out. Obviously, two teams that are probably exhausted. We're at Friday in the school week, last day, and you're probably expecting to be home around 10:30. Instead, we're playing third quarter football here.
Well, I mean, 10:30 max, too. That's if you go out, have some dinner, talk to some friends after the game as well. We were on track to get this game over with by around 8:45, 9 o'clock. And look at us. It's just past 10 o'clock, and we're just past halftime.
Yeah, I remember you said in the first quarter, we were on pace to go pretty quick in this one. And there is actually a holding call against the Broncos. That's going to push them back a little further. But you did say in the first quarter that this game was basically on pace to get over around 9:15 or even 8:45. It was going by pretty fast, and that's true. Compared to about a 45-minute long first quarter last week, this week it was about 20, 22 minutes. This is a quick pass to the outside, and that's going to be good for a first down. It's Devin Blaney. Blaney with the catch there.
Tackled by number 10, Malachi Shaw.
We're seeing lots of yawns around the stadium from both sides. This game, obviously everyone loves football, everyone loves Friday Night Lights. This is not the traditional Friday Night Lights experience. It is still school spirit. Those who are still here right now should get a medal for school spirit, in my opinion.
I agree. And on that last play there, that wide receiver screen there was perfectly executed by the Northland.
And this is a great run up the middle. The elusiveness there really getting the Tigers.
Quincy Baker with the carry.
It was Quincy Baker on the carry.
26, Malachi Mitchell.
Malachi Mitchell brought him down. Seen him make a few pretty good tackles up to this point. I will say, though, my personal favorite tackle of the night was Josh Manning. I'm sorry, not Josh Manning. And that's going to be Quincy Baker once again for a first down. What I was saying earlier, though, was Jackson Jones, his tackle, that was a 60-yard chase down tackle, was incredible. And it was a very good hustle play. It did result in a touchdown on one of the next few plays for the Broncos, but that's the stuff you like to see, full effort.
Yeah, almost reminds you of the DK Metcalf chase on Buda Baker back last year in the NFL. That's almost what I came to my mind when I was watching that play.
I did get DK Metcalf vibes, and this ball is bobbled in the backfield, and the Tigers are going to swarm the quarterback, Baker.
Tap on the play by number 28, Jackson Jones.
Jackson Jones, we just mentioned his name, and there he is. He officially gets the sack there. That could have been much worse for the Broncos, could have been much better for the Tigers. If they were able to get a turnover like that, that's a huge momentum shift possibility. But we are at 8:26 remaining in this quarter.
I mean, that's a huge play. That's one of like the first miscues we've seen from this North offense. I mean, they've been pretty dang solid this whole first half, coming into the second half as well. The Tigers really got to capitalize on this miscue by them.
And here's a run out of the backfield. This could be trouble for the Tigers. That may have been a first down. I believe it was. Elijah Mosey on the carry, and the chains do move. It was second and about 19. It's now 1st and 10 inside the red zone. And like we've seen often tonight, all it takes is one play for this Lee Summit North team to get within striking distance or to actually strike and get 6 points from a touchdown.
Seems like every time the Tigers have a little bit of momentum, North just comes back and bites them in the butt.
This is going to be a touchdown for North, and that's going to put us at 26-0. Devin Planey for the touchdown. Baker's pass to him was on point, and the lead for Lee Summit North grows.
Another perfect screen by the North Broncos. Lee Summit needs to do more of that, getting their linemen outside, getting some blockers in front of the receiver, and making a good play.
That kick is up and good. That's going to make it 27-0 Lee Summit North. And, wow, I know we keep going back to it, but I never imagined we'd be at this point. Tigers trying to stay motivated, it looks like, on that sideline. 7:28 remaining. They certainly have their work cut out for them.
They do indeed. With 7.5 minutes left in the third quarter, you've got to go now. Like, you've already pressed the panic button. It's time to go. You got to get 4 scores in 1.5 quarters. It's a lot. It's a lot of work for them. It's
Tigers.
It is possible, but it's going to be hard.
And that's what Martinez and Coach Thomas are talking about right now down there on the sideline. They're just trying to find some way to get through this Broncos defense. They succeeded on their first drive, and just, I mean, that alone. I mean, the Broncos have controlled this game after that holding call that brought back the Tigers' touchdown, but I'm someone who often asks the question, what if? And, you know, a game where the Tigers could have taken the lead in the first quarter if that touchdown would have stood, whereas now they're down 27-0. You have to say, what if?
That is a very good question. What if they would have scored that touchdown? Momentum shifts in their favor, and it's a whole new ball game. But now they're down by 4 scores, and it almost seems like it's an impossible comeback on their hands.
And impossible is a pretty good way to put it. It's not impossible, but it seems impossible. I keep going back to the thing where whenever you're down 27-0 against a team that's 4th ranked in the state, you have your work cut out for you. This Tigers team is very talented. They can do it. However, just even if Lee Summit North was in this scenario, it'd be hard for them to come back. They're just running out of time. And I can only imagine fatigue has probably set in. You know, typically whenever, you know, we know from playing soccer last night, half of both rosters cramped up last night. You typically begin to get sore a few hours after the game. And so football is a game you get sore pretty quickly considering you have contact, especially if you're a lineman or a linebacker, someone like that. And so these players, some of them are probably dealing with severe soreness considering they played about a quarter and a half before the break. Martinez throws it out wide to Benassi. That's what's been working all game, and Benassi is hit out of bounds at the 28-yard line.
Those little out routes to Benassi have been working all game. I'm surprised they haven't done more of those so far in this game, but I'm sure they will be going a lot more to him in the end of this third and fourth quarter.
It's second and very short, maybe not even a yard. Martinez takes the snap, and he is just swarmed immediately, held by his jersey, trying not to go down, and he is swung down like a tornado. Talk about athleticism from Martinez to stay up that long, but talk about how good of a job that was for Brewer to stay with him that entire time.
Yeah, talk about textbook tackles. That's not one of them. Grabbing the jersey, that's definitely not a textbook tackle, but if it works, it works, and that is a huge play for the Broncos on this drive.
Yeah, that was a killer. You go from second and less than a yard to now third and long once again, 3rd and 11. Their go-to guy on third down has been Alex Benassi, and Martinez rolls in his direction. Martinez trying to make something happen. He escapes, and he is going to go no further than where the play started at the 20-yard line.
Yeah, they were looking for one guy and one guy only on that play, and that was Alex Benassi with his out route again. Unfortunately, the Broncos defense had some good covering on him, and they're going to force a 4th down here.
Very tough for the Tigers tonight. Just unlucky on a lot of parts of the board, but Lee Summit North also has just executed their game plan to perfection. Benassi once again punts it away, and it's a good one, and it's going to go out of bounds near the 40-yard line.
Yep. Broncos, 4th team in the state. You knew the Tigers would have their work cut out for them, and they certainly have. I mean, this offense is just so dynamic. You saw a great defense for the Tigers against Oak Park last week. This week, it's a completely different story, and it's just such a difficult game going up against this offense.
I mean, you said it best. You couldn't have said it any more perfect than that. It's just so tough. It's hard to keep yourself mentally in the game, and obviously we talked about it being a physical challenge as well. Here we are, though, 1st and 10, 5:56 remaining in the 3rd quarter. We're not doing a running clock as of now. Baker's looking deep, and he finds his guy over the middle. That's certainly a 1st down. It's a gain of around 25. And now a little bit of a tussle going on, flags flying. Jarrell Griffin. And I believe that penalty likely is going to be on the Tigers. It looked like they took out a little bit of their frustration, possibly. It's probably going to be a personal foul of some sort.
Yep, you said it. I mean, they're down by 4 scores. Of course, they're going to be frustrated, but you got to keep that anger and put it into the offense, put it into the tackles. Can't let yourself cost the team by these penalties.
Some sort of a loud cheer from the loud crowd. And the Tigers actually just got a taunting penalty, so certainly not for that. And we are seeing the loud crowd right now, on our monitors, and I'm trying to figure out what's getting them excited, because obviously I want to get it in on, that, let you guys know, but I couldn't tell you what they're getting excited about right now.
I absolutely agree with you.
I know most of them are tired.
If not all of them, for
if
sure.
not all of them. It's a long school day, rainy school day. So I really am surprised that this many people came back out. And that's going to be a rush for just a few yards. You see number 34, Jalen Johnson down there. He's someone that, coming into tonight, I was talking to Max Weisner, and he was one of the people that, he expected to have a huge impact on this game. However, Johnson really he's been out there for about every defensive play, but he just hasn't really been out there on offense. And obviously the Tigers, that's very different from last week, a little bit of a personnel change as we have a Tiger down on the field. And so we're actually going to take a quick break, and we're going to be right back in just a moment.
Whether we're rising to meet a moment or the moment comes to meet us, we make our mark by showing up for our team. And when we do, we build something special. We become something bigger, more than something that can be defined on a map. We become a community with a shared understanding that when we rise together, we rise higher. Community America, powering the rise of Kansas City.
Welcome back to Bud Hertzog Stadium. We left off with a player down for Lee Summit. He was able to get off the field on his own power. Weren't able to see who it actually was, but Broncos once again in striking distance, and they could really blow this game open. Baker's pass is dropped. That would have been a touchdown. Very good pass by Baker. That's actually going to bring up third down to the Tigers with a chance to hold the Broncos to a field goal or less.
And that was great blocking by the Broncos O-line. You can see there were 3 Broncos on 1 Tiger D lineman, and that allowed the quarterback to get a lot of time to find an open receiver, which he did. Unfortunately, he dropped it.
Tigers did have pressure on that receiver, but it didn't appear that they were close enough. Third down and 6. 5:23 remaining in the third quarter. Low snap, and that handoff is going to be to number 34 of Lee Summit North, Quincy Baker. He's brought down almost immediately. He gained 1. It's going to be 4th and 5.
Yeah, finally get a stop from the Tigers after this weather break. And it's good for them. They got to build on this throughout the fourth quarter, see if they can get some points back on the board, make this even a conversation if it can be a close game, which I still think is possible. I'm a very optimistic person, and it can be done. We've seen crazier happen here.
Yeah, you have to be realistic with yourself sometimes, and Tigers are down 4 scores right now. So it's just pretty rough. You just have to ask yourself, do you think there's enough time? And there's going to be a timeout on the field. Lee Summit North is going to take a timeout. And if you want some scores from around the metro area, looks like Ray Peck was beating Blue Springs 14-0 before that game was postponed. Lee Summit West on top of Blue Springs South 28-0. Obviously here 27-0 Lee Summit North. Liberty North and Liberty were able to finish their game 44-13 in favor of Liberty North. That's a very talented team this year. Park Hill and Rockhurst tied 17-17 before they were sent into a delay. North Kansas City beat St. Joe 38-0. They were able to finish their game. Grain Valley beat Lee Summit's opponent from last week, Oak Park, 35-14. So Oak Park starts 0-2, a conference opponent for the Tigers. And one last one we'll give you. Park Hill South, another conference opponent for the Tigers, victorious over Grandview 40-0. That game is final as well. Flags fly before the play begins. We're going to see what this is.
Penalty is offsides against the Tigers.
It's going to be
First down for the Broncos.
offside, and
First and goal.
that is a first down for the Broncos, and I feel like that's the kind of night it's been for the Tigers.
Oh, you're absolutely right. Just when you think they have a stop, forcing them to go either to stop them on 4th down or to go for a field goal, something bad happens. Someone jumps off sides for the Tigers, and it's a first down and goal for the Broncos.
Just a lot of really tough things for the Tigers tonight. Looked like they were going to hold Lee Summit North, and now Lee Summit North with first and goal. That's a handoff to Baker. He's pushing his way toward the end zone, and he appeared to be just short. He's going to be marked short
Baker with the carry.
about the half-yard line, it looks like,
Tacklers were led by number 18, Jeffrey
which will bring up second and goal.
Second and goal.
I think we all know what's going to happen on this play here. Less than a yard in, the running game's been working for them beautifully all game. This could be a run right up the middle for a touchdown for them.
Yeah, we're either going to see Baker scramble this, so maybe Krotz run this in. Is Krotz lined up behind Baker, the snap, and it was going to be a quarterback dive. This play is blown dead. North moving backwards, and the Tigers are going to have a little bit of breathing room.
There, now it's not just as simple as shoving it up the gut for a touchdown. Now they got to figure out, find some holes for the running backs or find some quick routes for the receivers to get in for the touchdown, which I think the Tigers can hold them off here.
Obviously, the Tigers trying to just find something to motivate them. A stop here would certainly do that. And we will give the loud crowd of Lee Summit credit. Still chanting their way. That pass is going to be incomplete. Intended for Cray Burns.
Yep, just like I said, a quick route to a wide receiver. It was there, just slipped out of his hands. That turf is wet. That ball is going to be wet as well. So not everything's going to go as planned.
It's going to bring up 3rd and goal. Tigers trying to keep the Broncos out. Prevent this game from getting completely out of hand. Timeout on the field. Broncos are going to take their, looks like their first timeout of the half. We're going to go to a quick break, and we'll be back after the timeout. We'll see you then.
High school sports fans, Trent Green here, and when I want the latest scores and news, there's only one place I go, 810varsity.com. Live scores, features, brackets, and even watch games live on the laptop, phone, or mobile device. Watch the Lee Summit, Blue Springs, and Park Hill schools, Blue Valleys, Olathes, Rockhurst, Miege, Lansing. The list goes on and on into Missouri and Kansas. And playoff broadcasts too, plus top 25, awards, and more. Check it out now, Kansas City's home for high school sports, 810varsity.com.
Welcome back to Bud Hertzog Stadium. We left off on a 3rd down scenario and goal for the Broncos, trying to extend their lead. Already up 27-0, but in a rivalry game, that's not enough. Baker throws to his right, and the Tigers are going to do a good job of keeping Bronco receiver out of the end zone. That was Isaiah Mosey. So good job by the Tigers there. It's going to bring up 4th and goal. And in this scenario, if you're the Broncos, what do you do, Austin?
You got to kick a field goal. You're up by 27 with just over a quarter left to play, and there's no use going for another touchdown here.
Yeah, especially in a rivalry. It almost would seem disrespectful if they didn't kick a field goal, but they are leaving their offense on the field.
Well, this looks like it could be the same play except to the other side, a wide receiver screen.
It's a low snap. Weisner almost got the edge, and the Tigers keep them out. They keep him out of the end zone. Jackson Jones with the tackle once again at the 1-yard line. This time that wins his team the ball.
Yep, as we saw there, it was going to be a screen. You had 3 wide receivers lined up in a triangle formation on the left-hand side. Unfortunately for the Broncos, the snap was low. They couldn't make that play, and they had to force a bad scramble there by the QB, and it's now the Tigers' ball.
Tigers, not a lot of breathing room. And for a Lee Summit North defensive front that's been applying pressure all game, this could be rough. It is rough. It's a safety for Lee Summit North.
Safety.
They're going to gain 2 points and extend the lead to 29-0. And the Tigers' drive lasted for about 2 seconds of game clock.
Yep, that was bound to happen, or what could have also happened was a throw to Benassi or someone like that, but it's not really that easy to throw on the 1-yard line of your own there. And with a blitzing defense like these Broncos, it's just so tough in that situation.
And it's the long night seems to get longer for the Tigers, trying to do their best here to make a game out of what they have right now. 2:28 on the clock in the 3rd quarter. Yes, we are still in the 3rd quarter.
It's 10:28 p.m. here just west of Route 291.
And as we just heard from the north, loud crowd, a chant, "This is our house." It certainly has been tonight. A dynamic performance by their offense, great performance by their defense to shut out the Tigers.
A north win tonight would improve at least Summit North to 2-0. Two very impressive wins if that's their result tonight. To start the game, to start their season, I should say. And they would improve to winning 4 out of their last 5 against Lee Summit. And would improve their record. We said since 2010 the Tigers were 10-3. They'd fall to 10-4. The safety kickoff is fielded at about the 30 by Donald Dye, and he gets to the outside corner, and oh, what a tackle there to save 6 points. Xander Hall was the tackler, and he just saved a touchdown.
Yeah, that was a great recognition by the kick returner. Noticing that the whole Tiger defense was on the right side, he went, switched it back, got around the corner on the left side, and almost got for 6, if not for that great tackle by Xander Hall there.
Still hearing chants from the Lee Summit side.
You got to give them at least a little bit of credit there. They have been going at it all night, no matter the score, and that's what you love to see as an LSHS student.
It's one of the things that we pride ourselves on here, tradition, pride, excellence, and the loud crowd, certainly one of those things that Lee Summit has. It's a flea flicker. The Broncos going all the way to the end zone for a touchdown. That ball is incomplete, but it's certainly going to be a flag on the Tigers.
Yeah. Got up in his face there, pushed him away from the ball. The cornerback or the safety, don't know which one, but he was not even looking at the ball, just going for the player, and yeah, that's a good call by the refs.
And once again, questionable decision to go for a flea flicker in this scenario. I don't know what the Tigers are going to be thinking of that. But once again, the third quarter, 2:08 remaining.
First and 10 for the Broncos.
You got to think the Tigers have a little chip on their shoulder at least. I mean, they've had no offense, and they just need to get some points on the board. I can see how their whole team is very frustrated right now.
Frustrating night it's been. For Lee Summit North, it's been the complete opposite. Executing almost everything perfectly. This is a run up the middle, and that is going to be taken all the way home for a touchdown.
Touchdown Broncos, penalty flag.
It's DeAndre Beasley who gets it for the touchdown. Apologies, Tanner Howes who runs it in for the touchdown. Penalty flag on the field.
So it could be a hold.
And it comes back. Call is holding. So that touchdown is negated. It was a good run by Howes. Unfortunately, he is not the only person that's had a touchdown called back tonight. Alex Benassi knows what that feels like.
Yep, I knew that was a great, that was set up, that whole run was set up by the O-line there. A great giant hole right there. So the running back could run right through it, and if not for the holding penalty, that would have been a touchdown.
Instead, that makes it 1st and 23. So a pretty big difference. Baker takes it and dumps it out. And that's going to be incomplete.
Yep, little miscue there by the quarterback. Had a guy open. Could have probably gained about 10 yards off that play. There wasn't really a lot of Tiger defense there to stop him, but you know, the ball's still wet. still wet with the receivers and the quarterback, so it's not going to be easy making those receptions like it was in the first quarter.
Something worth noting, Lee Summit North much more experienced than this Lee Summit team. This Lee Summit team known to be one of the youngest in their conference. Only a handful of seniors, and the rest are class of 2022 and 23. Or sorry, 2023 and 24. First year varsity men.
Timeout, Broncos.
Broncos take another timeout. Our clock has moved about 6 seconds in the last few minutes. We're down to 1:57 in the third quarter. And like we said earlier, we'll say it again, the long night at Bud Hertzog Stadium gets even longer.
Just about 30 minutes ago last week, we were out of here. The game was over. Now we're just winding down on the third quarter, and it is 10:30. I don't see us getting out of here. This game getting over till past 11 o'clock tonight.
And it's one of those things where, as much as we love commentating these games for you all at home, especially for those of you who were at the game tonight but were pushed away by the inclement weather, it's not the greatest thing in the world to be stuck in a press box for as long as we have been tonight. However, we still have our duty to bring you the game, and we'll do that at our best ability. Baker's pass is caught, but Tigers swarm receiver, and that's going to be a loss of a yard.
Yeah, first time really the Tigers tonight have picked up on that short pass to a wide receiver. They were all over that. The blockers weren't over there in time, and they were wrapped up by the Tigers.
Block in the back against the Broncos.
A penalty on the Broncos that's going to push them back. And for the majority of this quarter, it's been Broncos on offense. Not a lot of Tiger offense we've seen.
Second down and 35.
Indeed it has.
Once again, it's a pretty high mountain to climb for the Broncos here. 2nd and 35. Last time they had something like this, though, it resulted in a touchdown. That's a run up the middle. Logan Krotz is brought down after a gain of about 10.
Yeah, that's been there all night. And as a flag comes in, that might be on the – I actually don't know who that's on. There's a big scuffle there.
Yeah, it's just the frustration really setting in from the Tiger side of things. You can see that visually. A lot of penalty flags tonight. Coach Thomas telling his team, cut it out. We're here to play football. Some unhappy Tiger fans. We still have yet to actually hear what the decision is. And it's going to be on the Tigers. And that's going to move the Broncos up quite a bit. Unsportsmanlike conduct is the call. That's an automatic first down.
From 2nd and 23 to 1st and 10. That's not what you want to see as Tiger defense. Just when you think they're about to stop them, they're not going to stop them.
It's going to be 2nd and 9, actually.
Maybe
a little bit of a confusion with the chain gang and up here in the booth.
This could be a screen pass here.
Baker scrambling. He tries to escape the pocket. He's brought down. Whether that brings up 3rd or 4th down, that is yet to be seen. I believe it will be 3rd down. The chain game does say 4th, but we believe it's 3rd down.
Yeah, and you can see The bright spots for this Tiger defense have been once they get to the quarterback, get some pressure on him. He has to make some tough decisions, and those decisions are not always the best. He doesn't have the time to make the decisions either and execute them. So once they get to the quarterback, they are a lot better off.
Yeah, on the scoreboard it says 3rd and 9. The chain gang says 4th and 9. It is 3rd down, though. Baker scrambling. He lofts one. That's going to be incomplete. Good coverage there by the Tigers.
Pass ball is incomplete. Tigers take over on down.
Max Cates, and we did just hear Tigers are taking over the ball. So apparently that was 4th down. Like I said, a lot of confusion going on in the last few minutes. If you want an update on the clock, we're still in the 3rd quarter. We have about 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, maybe that the chain gang or the scoreboard was a little confused there. That definitely threw off the North offense. I'm not saying it was at home. It could be just because we're at Bud Hertzog Stadium trying to throw off our opponents.
I believe it was 3rd down because it was 1st and 35. Krotz had that run, then the penalty, then the last play, then that play. I believe it was just 3 downs, but Martinez's pass is caught by Manning as a little curl route in the flat. That's going to end the quarter. The Tigers sprinting to the other side of the field, trying to stay somewhat motivated. They're down 4 scores. Heading into the last quarter here at Bud Hertzog Stadium, it's 10-40. And once again, I'm Blake Heisey. Alongside me, Austin Boyer. We've had a mixture of camera people tonight. We have Micaiah Clayton running the camera right now, as well as Elaine McDonald. Our producer, Lauren Berry, and of course, sideline reporting for us tonight, Lauren Holdmeyer. It's certainly a team effort, to say the least, especially on a night like tonight where we are throwing multiple curveballs. We thank you for staying with us through the length of the night as we head into this 4th quarter.
Yeah, once we're getting into this 4th quarter here, I want to see the Tigers try some new things. Try some things they wouldn't necessarily try in a close game against a district opponent. I just want to see what they can do and what they're made of.
Martinez is able to escape. He dumps it at Manning's feet. That's going to bring up 3rd and 5.
Brings up 3rd down and 5.
This is prime territory here for a Benassi out route going to out of bounds here. I think that's what they might go with here. Benassi's lining up in the slot. Could be just what Martinez is looking for.
Martinez takes the snap, and it's a little bit of a botched snap. And just like that, it's going to bring up 4th down yet again. Really rough night for the Tigers fundamentally. And they might keep their offense on the field here. Their punter, Alex Benassi, on the field because he's a wide receiver in the slot. But Josh Manning comes on to go to the outside on the top of your screen. And now the Tigers, with about 15 seconds on the play clock, are going to switch to punt formation. You can only imagine they're trying to see what maybe North was going to offer them.
Early in this 4th quarter here, let's see if the Tigers can get a stop here, at least come out of the game with some positives to take away from this.
You have to think they have to play, until the final whistle. So when that clock hits 0 is whenever they're, I guess you could say, dismissed. They got to play until that, and so you got to think, what can we take away from this game? I don't mean to sound like a mood killer, but when you're down 29-0 with 11:06 remaining in the quarter, with a game flow like we have right now, you're not coming back and winning the game. So you have to think, what can we do to basically, what positives can we take out of the game, like you pointed out?
Right, Blake, and us too in soccer, we personally know how this feels. Whenever we're beating an opponent really bad, our coach likes to see what we can do because we're always trying to improve. And I think that's what this Tiger defense and this Tiger offense are trying to do now. They're always trying to see how they can improve and make their team better.
You have to look forward to next week. Benassi gets the punt off. It's more of a line drive punt, and good wrap-up tackle in the backfield. That was Xander Hall. And that is one of the better plays we've seen tonight from a Tiger side of things defensively.
Well, Xander Hall has certainly made a name for himself tonight. He's been making all sorts of tackles around the field, including that one right there, which I think was his best one of the game. But yeah, Xander Hall has been playing great so far this season, and I want to see him continue to do that same thing going forward.
Broncos offense back out on the field. Baker takes the snap, hands it off, and there we go. Great defensive play once again from the Tigers. That was Jalen Johnson. He's normally running over people as a running back, but there he tackles player in the backfield.
Yeah, running back on running back there. You don't see that too often at the high school level, but it's great to see Jalen Johnson getting some positives taken away from tonight.
And like you said, Jalen Johnson, we've seen him out there about every defensive play tonight. And there's been a few times where we've been really close to calling his name, and then he gets blocked or something. This is another handoff by North. It's going to go down pretty quickly. It's going to be a gain of about 5. Quincy Baker.
Tackled by 51,
You got to think you won't see many more pass plays from this North offense here. They're trying to run this clock out. There's just under 10 minutes left in the game. And let's see if the Tigers can put some points on the board here in the fourth quarter.
Like you said, this defense trying to get off the field. It's 3rd and 9. That throw is going to be caught on the sideline. What a pass from Trey Baker. He finds Benjamin Baker. There's a lot of Bakers on this Lee Summit North team. Quincy Baker, Trey Baker.
Baker's pass is caught by number 19, Xavier
And
Winston.
then, so it's
Tackle was made by number 17.
Pretty good.
Max Case. 1st and 10 for the Broncos.
pretty good scenario for them.
And here it is. I mean, if you're the North Broncos here, there's a lot of good you can take away from this game. I mean, your offense is just going hard this week, and so is your defense. I mean, the defense shutting out the Tigers right now. They've played exceptionally well, just like the Tigers in the second half of their game last week against Oak Park.
That's a pass caught. A little bit of a bubble screen. Isaiah Mosey on the catch. He gained about a yard or two. Bring up about 2nd and 8.
And the key thing here for the Tigers this week that we saw last week that was giving them a lot of positives was their ability to get to the quarterback. They were getting to the quarterback almost, it seems like, every play last week. Now with this outstanding O-line from the North Broncos, it's just too hard, and this is why they're the number 4 team in the state.
It's going to be a run to the outside. It's another good tackle from the Tigers. Penalty flag came in near the end of the play on the far sideline, right in front of the play. It's holding on the Broncos. A cheer from Lee Summit's side of things. And obviously the cheerleaders, Tigerettes, they were all relieved of their duties during that break, but we see a lot of them still in the student section. They're not dancing, or I guess you could say leading cheers from their seat, but certainly see some of them in there. Once again, Tiger Pride is what it's all about. Baker hands it off, and that's a good job by the Tigers to close all those gaps. And there's no gain on that play.
Yep, I completely agree with you, Blake. That's what they needed to do all night against this Bronco offense. I mean, for the first 3 quarters, it seems like they've just been finding these huge holes in the Tiger defense and getting so many yards off the ground with them. And that play right there is how the Tigers are going to have to play and defend in the future, getting in those holes and stopping the run from getting even more yards.
It's 3rd and long. 3rd and 18 to be exact for the Broncos, but they have not shied away from that all night. Baker trying to find time. And Baker is going to scramble for around 10. He's not going to get the first down. In case North does decide to go for it, he did make it manageable.
Brings up 4th down and 9.
Yeah, great defense by the Tigers there. Siege, the quarterback had a lot of time on his hands, but he still wasn't able to find any receiver. That's because the Tigers secondary and the Tigers safeties were on their men, and that's how they had to play all night, and that's how they should play the rest of the season for some more defense.
Once again, North leaving their offense on the field. Baker takes the snap. He's throwing deep, and that's going to be incomplete. Tigers are going to take over on downs at the 49-yard line.
Now I think they almost exclusively go for the pass game here. With just over 6 minutes left in the game, they can score a touchdown here. I mean, they've had bright spots in their offense. I mean, most of it came from Benassi on those out routes for about 9 to 10 yards. But also we've seen the running game from the quarterback, Martinez, that's also had some good yards in him too.
Yeah, Martinez, 157 yards on the ground last week. This week, he was primed to have those numbers with his good start in the first quarter. He was slowed down after that. Andrews carries this one for about 7. And we are down to 5:59 remaining in this game. 2nd and 3 is the official down and distance. Martinez keeps the option. He heaves it deep, and that pass is not going to be brought down, but there is a flag on the play intended for Josh Manning.
Penalty flag is down.
Tigers took a chance deep, and they're going to get a reward. It's pass interference. The ruling's already been announced. They're going to move up, and that's going to give them a first down.
I would have liked to see the Tigers do more of that this game. They did it quite a bit last week. Going long to Manning, it seems to work almost every time to either get a flag or a catch for about 30 yards. He is just too tall and too elusive to guard one-on-one with the corner, and they got him one-on-one that time, and it paid off for him.
They took the risk, and it turned out to be worth it. It's a new set of downs, 1st and 10. Pass intended for Wisner over the middle and incomplete. Just a little too high. The North Broncos have done a really good job of containing Wisner and Shepard tonight. Almost no tight end presence in the passing game for the Tigers. They've obviously not been on the field as much as the Broncos offense. But the Tigers here trying to get a consolation touchdown, I guess you could say.
Yep, usually when you see those tight ends, those big guys like Wisner, you want to get it high. Martinez did, in fact, get it high, but it was just a little too high for Max.
And whistles blow. Clock stopped at 5:23. Not exactly sure what's going on down there. It is 2nd and 10. 10:53 p.m. is our official time here, just north of 50 Highway. And I believe someone took a timeout because both teams have made it to their sideline. And And you have to just think about how hard this Tigers defense has had to work all night. They've been on the field for the majority of this game. I mean, it's not easy being on the field that often. Obviously, the Tigers haven't gotten anything to go offensively, but the Tigers defense obviously trying their absolute best out there. They've had their shining moments. It obviously hasn't been enough tonight. But they've been on the field. They're probably exhausted and persistent out there. Back to play we go. Once again, 5:23 on the clock. Manning in motion. Martinez fakes, and he takes it for about a yard. That football is out, and it's going to be trouble for the Tigers. It's scooped up. Lee Summit North trying to take it all the way. The Tigers track back and bring them down inside the 10. A costly turnover for the Tigers, trying to get on the board of some sort. And it just seems like everything that could go wrong for the Tigers tonight is going wrong. And North has the opportunity here to add even more points to the board with 5:06 remaining on the clock.
Martinez's ball security has been exceptionally well, especially for a quarterback this whole season. That was really the first time we've seen any sort of fumble or any sort of loose ball from him. And I don't really see that happening a lot more in future games this season.
And we will for sure give Lee Summit North credit. They've done their job tonight. They've came out and showed why they're one of the best teams in the state, shutting out the Tigers up to this point. And obviously scoring a good amount of points as well. That's a really good play in the backfield. Baker was brought down pretty quickly trying to figure out who that Tiger was. It was Aiden Gutierrez, junior, 5'11", 196.
Yeah, I will say, the Tigers' defense this fourth quarter has looked a lot better than the first three quarters. They've been getting to the quarterback, they've been getting in the gaps, and they've been getting to their running back a lot more. And I think that's what they're going to have to do in future games this season to see some more success from their defense.
I think the Tigers, it's really just been the Broncos' ability to run. And if you can run the ball well, you're going to be a pretty good football team. Baker slithers his way in for a touchdown. The roar from the north side of the stadium gets louder. And this game getting a little worse for the Tigers. It's 35-0.
Yeah, I mean, part of that, like, look at the Tiger bench. There's almost no action. There's almost no motivation from the bench, from the coaches, anyone like that. Coaches are trying to do their job. The players are. It's just too late. And I'm sure all of these coaches, all of these players are fatigued. And it's just been really tough for both teams tonight.
That kick is up and good. There was pressure on the outside from Jeffrey Johnson to the Tigers. Didn't get there quite in time. It's obviously very difficult to block a kick. We're down to 4:16 on the clock.
You know, like I said at the start of the fourth quarter, I still want to see this Tiger offense try some new things, take some more chances deep, because I truly think some more pass-heavy offense could be what they need in future games and in the rest of this game to get a touchdown.
Just a lot of things that didn't go the Tigers' way tonight. Part of those by the execution of their game plan by Lee Summit North, and a lot just kind of shooting themselves in the foot with penalties. Go back to that Alex Benassi touchdown called back. You look at the score now, and you may say that wouldn't have had an effect on the game. You never know. And it was a really good atmosphere through the first quarter and a half before we were put on hold. Lots of inclement weather in the area tonight. Manning catches it in the end zone. It's going to be a touchback.
Now, the one problem with the Tigers this game has been there has been almost no noise from the receivers aside from Alex Benassi tonight. They've had a few good plays with Manning, but I still think you need to target him a little more down the field, and I think you need to target Max more because he's really always open with how tall he is and how big he is. He can really get the ball above anyone.
I feel like the Tigers could, I know they've been locked up pretty well. That's a good pass out to Alex Benassi. He's going to run quite a bit. And Martinez went down hard in the backfield. He's slow to get up. There's a flag at his feet that's probably going to be for roughing the passer.
No, 100%. He got hit hard after the throw, but we should just call Alex's route the Benassi special. I mean, he's run that route 4 or 5 times and gotten the ball almost every time, and it's worked almost every time as well.
It has indeed worked out every time. That catch was good for about 15. And then that penalty, we're still waiting to see where the ball is actually going to be spotted. It's going to be probably significant yardage. It's going to push the Tigers over midfield for sure. And it's going to end them up at the 47-yard line. So once again, the Tigers in Bronco territory, trying to hurry up. It's 3:38 looks like remaining in the game, trying to get some sort of consolation points. Martinez fakes the handoff, and he's going to throw it to Benassi in the flat again. Benassi's going to go inside the 30. That pass is good for about 18, it looks like.
First and 10 for the Broncos.
Yeah, if you were to want to have anyone on this Tiger team, on your fantasy team, it would be Benassi. I mean, he's been getting open and he's been catching the ball. With how much of an athlete he is, you can throw the ball in his direction and he will catch it.
Martinez trying to look deep, and he was looking at Benassi, incomplete. Belt seemed to be somewhat open over the middle. I thought that's originally who Martinez was looking for. Likely didn't see him because he, where Belt was kind of blocked by, let's just say, a bunch of linemen in the middle of the field. Pass was just a little short for Benassi. It would have been a really tough throw. Brings up 2nd and 10.
Yeah, looks like the Tigers could go long here. North safeties are pushed up pretty high.
And Martinez is going to try to run this to the outside, and he is successful in doing so. He's marked out of bounds around the 19. That's going to be good for a first down.
First and 10 for the Tigers.
More things to cheer about from the Tiger side of things tonight. 1:56 remaining in the game.
It looks like Martinez is going to need a nice bath after this game. He's been working overtime in the backfield, running everywhere, and he's been doing an exceptional job tonight.
Andrews keeps it over the middle, throws a defender off of him. Talk about not quitting until the play's over. He's going to gain about 5.
Definition of tiny but mighty there, shoving off a defender that way bigger than him, way taller than him to get those extra yards. That's what you like as a coach to see from your players. Even though you're losing, they still have that fire and they still have that gut to play.
Martinez throws wide to Manning, who has a chance to get in the end zone. He's going to reach for the pylon. The ball comes out. It's not a fumble or anything like that. It's 1st and goal, and it's the closest the Tigers have been all night to the goal line.
Yeah, that was probably the first well-executed screen by the Tigers tonight. They got their blockers out to the right-hand side, and the timing was good so that Manning could get the blockers in front of him and get a good gain there.
Handoff, Andrews trying to get to the outside. He's going to be denied. Good tracking coverage there by the linebackers once again for Lee Summit North. There's usually only 2 of them lined up, but those 2 cover a lot of ground.
Clock is still running due to the score gap.
And there's 10 seconds on the clock. This is likely going to be the last play of the game. Whistle's blowing now. Clock stopped at 6.5. There's a flag on the play. It's going to be on the Broncos. Offsides. Going to move the Tigers even closer. Could very well be the last play of the game. Martinez takes the snap, rolling out, trying to get some points, and he is pummeled in the backfield, and that's how the night is going to end. Lee Summit North comes into Bud Hertzog Stadium, takes care of business, and they come out victorious tonight, 36-0.
Yep.
It was a long game, started at 7 o'clock. Long night of festivities here. Senior night, things started around 6:15, but it is finally the end of the festivities here at Bud Hertzog Stadium. 11:04 is our time. About 4 hours and 4 minutes of game time if you count the break. We had about a 2-hour break in between, so still about a two and a half hour long game. So we thank you for staying with us tonight. It's been a really long one. Lee Summit North improving to 2-0. The Tigers falling to 500, 1-1. Austin, any final words from the booth?
Well, I think the key to this game was the key the Tigers had last week in the second half. It was all about defense. I mean, without offense, you can't score, and without defense, you can't win the game. And I think the North Broncos played exceptional defense tonight, shutting out the Tigers, and they really do say defense wins championships, and that was the case tonight.
Interesting little fact. The Tigers and the Broncos didn't really do much handshaking after the game like you normally see when they walk around midfield. Didn't really see much of that. Definitely some bad blood there. I don't think Coach Thomas and company were too excited about some of the offensive plays Lee Summit North was running in the second half up as much as they were, but that's Lee Summit North just trying to improve and do the things that we were talking about. So signing out from Bud Hertzog Stadium after a second consecutive very long night in the booth. I'm Blake Heisey. Alongside me was Austin Boyer, producer Lauren Berry, Micaiah Clayton, Elena Twinner, and Elaine McDonald on the camera, Lauren Holdmeyer on the sideline. Thank you so much for being with us tonight, and we hope you have a great rest of your weekend. Take care.